Greetings, friends and fellow orcs. Iagra, the Orcish Fiddler here. And I hope you're strapped in for the next 3 to 6 months, people. It's time for Final Fantasy Tactics. If this is really loud, I apologize. I had to turn it down. It is super loud in my ears. It's just the title screen. I don't know why it's so loud. And Val, welcome in. It is good to see you. I hope that your day gets brighter. Reppin, Wolf, it is good to see you both. Reppin, you get to catch me tonight. Very exciting. It's pretty good right now. Good. Okay. I'm probably going to have to turn the game volume back up once I actually start the game. If it gets too loud, just let me know. I can tweak it. But yeah, I was looking for a tactics game, and it was a toss-up between one of the Game Boy Advance versions of Fire Emblem or Final Fantasy Tactics. Excuse me. And it just so happened that the Ivalice Chronicles was released right around the time that I was finishing up Storytime. The remake kicks ass. I think I'm going to like it. I'm looking forward to it. Prior to this, what I was going to do was play a patched version of the PSP version, The War of the Lions. But we've got this now, so you know what? We're going to go for it. We're going to do the enhanced version. We're going to play with the quality of life features and all the shinies and all the voice acting so that I don't have to wear out my voice. I did that enough the past few sessions with Storytime. Let us start. Now, I did load the game and get to a tactics scene so that I could just set up the my OBS scene. So a couple of setup screens I think will be missing. Oh god, that's so loud in my ear. Okay, I can turn this back up. It is really loud. This is a little okay. Let me go ahead and turn that back down. Is that better? It's weird not seeing this all crunched up on a CRT. Yeah? Oh my god, why is it so loud? Hang on a second, I need to see something. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Who plays this game with a keyboard? Not this orc. I don't know if I can reach because my shoulder is terrible. Hold on. Seems about the same, a touch loud compared to my beautiful voice. Well, thank you, Reppin. I think my voice is just average, but I do appreciate it. Let me go ahead and turn this down a little bit more. We'll see if this works. And... okay, turn that on. Okay, good. It can be played KBM. Oh, keyboard, yeah, keyboard, mouse, yeah. No, what are you doing?
Ivalice, a kingdom blessed by the light of the gods and ruled by the two-headed lion.
Okay.
A year after her defeat in the 50 Years' War, the king succumbed to malady, leaving a mere boy of 2 to ascend the throne. Whoever became the child's guardian would rule in truth. Duke Larg, brother to Her Majesty the Queen, was widely expected to assume the role, but the council, fearing the Queen would wield excessive influence, moved instead in support of the late king's cousin, Duke Goltana. The Dukes, Goltana and Larg, Both were decorated generals who had proven themselves in many a battle during the 50 Years' War. While most of the powerful houses rallied beneath the banner of the Black Lion, Goltana, those nobles and knights who were left to languish in the wake of the war flocked to the banner of the White Lion, Lag. Goltana, the Black, and Lag, the White. The conflict between these men would come to be known as the War of the Lions.
I wasn't expecting a history lesson from the title screen. Okay, we've seen this. Can we press start? Okay, thank you. I wanted to go back and like turn the volume down a little bit, but then it was like, have a history lesson. My voice is not. Well, thank you, Wolf. I appreciate it, guys. I'm a little bit self-conscious about my voice. It's one of those things. You're your own worst critic when it comes to that, because you hear your voice in your head, and what you hear is different from what other people hear. That's one of the reasons why I wanted a microphone that I could monitor. And, oh my god, do I have watch streaks now? Wolf, thank you so much for the 3-stream streak. They have rolled out streaks to my channel. So now anybody wants to streak in my channel, you're welcome to do so. Your voice is your voice, you don't monitor it because it hums. Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to make sure that you're using a monitoring system with 0 lag. Otherwise, it absolutely will throw you off. If there's even, you know, more than so many milliseconds of delay, it will just totally throw you off. But in my case, because I'm using a mixer, and I'm getting the audio directly from the mixer, it's sort of like I'm hearing. It's like when you talk, you hear yourself because you're vibrating your own head, kind of thing. Only I'm also hearing myself. So the two are in alignment. So it works for me. Wolf is the first one to streak in our chat. So congratulations, Wolf. You have led the pack in the streaking. Okay, so I am told that night is going to be the best experience. I don't mind like easy mode for just story-based stuff, but I do want to kind of get as close to the original experience as possible. Tactician, I understand, it kind of ramps up, but all it really seems to do, from what I'm hearing from a couple other people, is that it just turns enemies into damage sponges. Like, more HP and less damage is not really a great mode. That just makes it take longer. So we're gonna go with night. Okay, time to figure out what Ramza's birthday is. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna randomize this. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna roll a d12 to figure out the month. If I can reach... I'll just roll it on my desk. Okay, so 5th month. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're May. And now, how many days are in May? Okay, 31. I don't have a 31-sided dice. How do I do this? How do I get a result from... gosh. D20 plus D12, accepting 1 and 32 are impossible. I can do that. What if I do D20 plus D12 plus 1? and then I ignore anything that's greater than 31. Let's do that. Oh, and if I get 33, it's 1. Okay. 20, 32. So, okay, so D20 plus D12 plus 1. And if I get 33, you know, I'm not going to get the lowest or the highest, I know that. So we're just going to do that, and then we'll add 1. So I got 5 plus 7, so 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we're 13th. Whoops, let's not put them both in the D20 glass. Go into the glass. Fine, be that way. Okay. So our character's going to be May 13th, Taurus 24. Trying to be a game designer, always fun to tackle questions like that. I just want, like, I want a 28-sided dice. Because all of my stuff, and I might actually, well, actually, no, a 28-sided dice is not going to work because then there's the 1 week transition holidays. I'll figure that out later, just for my own system, because I was trying to randomize, like, when NPCs, or, well, they're not NPCs because it's written, but characters, when they're born. So I'll throw, like, a D12 to figure out the month, and then it's like, okay, what day are they born? And I usually do, like, a Google, like, you know, give me a D28 or something. Or roll 1D28. Excuse me. Anyway. So we are May 13th, Taurus 24, night.
I am Arazlam J.D. For the greater part of my life, I have been a student of Ivalice's middle age. You are familiar with the War of the Lions, no? It was a bitter war of succession that rent the land of Ivalice in two. Here we first find mention of Delita Hyrule, the hero who would draw the curtain on this dark act of our history. His is a tale of great renown, familiar to all who dwell within our land.
Not me, I'm a stranger.
But, as we well know, what the eye sees is oftentimes a mere fragment of the truth. There was another young man.
There is another Skywalker.
Ramza Beowulf. The youngest son of House Beowulf, famed for producing leaders of men.
And nice asses.
There is no official record of the role he played on history's stage. However, according to the Jirai papers, which had long lain concealed in church archives, this forgotten young man was in fact the true hero. The church maintains he was a heretic of the highest order, an inciter of unrest, who blasphemed the gods and profaned the godly. Which of these two accounts is to be believed? Join me now in my search to uncover the answer, the truth.
See, why can't I have a voice like that? So I have already seen this, but we'll let it play out. So I kind of appreciate what they did here with the style. I want to say that this looks like they took like 3D rendering and then just sort of like added some things to it. And this is it. Corgi, welcome in. Good to see you. How you doing? Much game, indeed. Much tactics. Well, much cutscene, and then we'll get to much tactics in a minute. Okay, can I put the headphone back on now? And hopefully not go deaf.
O Father, abandon not your wayward children of Ivalice, but deliver us from our sins, that we might know salvation.
Lady Ophelia, it is time.
I'll not be much longer, Agrius.
Your escort has already arrived.
Please, heed the good lady's words, Highness. You must hurry.
How is the voice acting in terms of volume? Because I do have it turned down overall.
Still in here, are ya? It's been the better part of an hour.
Gafgarian, you forget yourself, sir. You are in the presence of the princess.
Seems good? Okay.
Mayhap bowed heads would less offend.
You don't like that they talk, and now you're going to realize you mispronounced everybody's name. Well, I mean, we can just say that they don't know how to pronounce their own names, yeah. Or, you know, we can pronounce it with an accent. It's perfectly fine.
But you would do well to waste less time on idle pleasantries.
I see even the noble Order of the Northern Sky cannot rid itself of vulgar knaves.
Play nice, children.
A guard captain in these rain-sodden hinterlands ought not to expect chivalry. We are in the employ of the Order, not of it. Our pay does not cover trite courtesies to the likes of you.
Govern your tongue.
Enough. Let us be on our way.
The Father watch over you, child.
And you, Elder.
Milady, the enemy is upon us.
You got Tanner's men?
We are paid for this. Time to earn our keep. What is it, Ramza? You above getting paid to do a job?
This is one downside of having everything voice acted is you don't get to name the protagonist because they speak his name in the voice acting. Now, if you choose classic version, you can do that. You can name him whatever you want.
I'm a knight no longer. Just another sellsword.
Right then. To battle.
Probably going to
Deliver
adjust the
us,
music.
O Lord.
They bear the crest of the Black Lion. Duke Goltana must be mad.
You there, wench! It is useless to resist. You will surrender the princess. If not, well, I would hate to see anything happen to that pretty face of yours.
A head on a sword? These swords of gold, Tanner. Lack wits, one and all.
In that case, we should be able to handle this without you, Gafgarian.
Mayhap you could, but there's no money to be made in that. Lad, Ramsar, with me. Kill them all! Leave no man standing!
You would have us slaughter them? Are you mad? Kill them here, and you'll have played into Duke Goltana's hands. We need only put them to rout.
I find dead men rout more easily.
It's time.
What? Oh, for fuck's sake. Hang on. Hang on. Have to allow folder access. It didn't do that when I first played this. So I don't know why it's doing it now. Oh shit, the game... Did it crash? Wait, where's the game? Hold on. Game? Where are you? Your operation completed successfully? What? Okay. Well, that was Final Fantasy Tactics. I hope you all enjoyed. I have to relaunch it. It basically crashed because it couldn't save. I have the protected folders for Windows Defender. Great story, yeah. So yeah, it has to request permission from Windows in order to be able to save things to certain folders, and it didn't do that last time, but it did it this time. I don't know why. But that's why we got an access denied error, and we have to restart the game. Sorry about that, everyone. Oh boy. We're off to a grand start. Okay. Alright, we should be able to see it and hear it, hopefully. I'm actually going to go ahead and make some adjustments here. Do I have my system really locked down? So it's installed to wherever it's installed to by default on Steam. So that's going to be like the program files or whatever it's called folder. But yeah, there are like the user folder is locked down. Yeah, and it doesn't seem to happen terribly often, but this is just one of those situations where it's just like, it worked fine before, and now suddenly it's deciding, oh, no, okay. Let me actually turn the volume up on there. So it requires access prompts every now and then. Yeah, I'm hoping that that won't be a regular thing, now that we've given it the permissions that it needs. But, okay, we've been through this. Okay. Do I just load the autosave? Actually, no, because it screwed up before. I want to make sure that we can get through that part. We'll skip the other stuff. So we were May... What did I say? May 13th? May 13th. Yeah, because I remember it was Lucky 13. We'll skip the cutscenes. Skip. Do I have to hold it? Okay, thank you.
Oh, Father,
Fast
abandon
forward.
not your wayward children.
Okay, so we are fast forwarding to this. And then we will get to the combat, quote-unquote, normally.
You there, wench! It is useless to resist. You will surrender the princess.
A head-on assault?
In that case, we should be able to handle this without you, Gafgarian.
Mayhap you could. But lad, Ramsar, with me.
Alright, let's see if it breaks.
Kill them all! Leave no man standing!
You would have us slaughter them. Are you mad? Kill them here, and you'll have played into Duke Goltana's hands.
I find dead men rout more easily.
Right.
Okay. It didn't break this time. I think what it was trying to do is it was trying to autosave. And because it didn't have permissions to do so, it failed and it gave an access denied error. So hopefully that's solved now. Movement in battle. To reposition the active unit, select Move from the battle menu, followed by a tile within its movement range. And so here we are, Ramza. I'm probably going to be like fumbling with buttons a lot as I figure this out, but let's see what we can do. Let's see, we have a not yet available. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to rotate the camera. How do I do that again? This button? There we go. And then zoom is left. There we go. Work call, you're working tonight. You did not hear a single bit of any possible answer to your question. Oh, I'm sorry, which question? Do you have your system really locked down? Yes, I do have it locked down. That's why it was, yeah. I have the Windows Defender thing turned on that locks down access to certain folders. I can't remember what it's called right now. But if you look at Windows Defender, it's going to be in there somewhere. Ask me later, Reppin, and I can get you a better answer. Okay. But I hope work does not turn to be a bunch of shenanigans. I hope you're able to relax soon. Yeah, I totally know exactly what happened because Windows came up with a notification to tell me what it was. Oh, 4 hours. Boo. The answer is you made it. Oh, I gotta take my pills. Well, I hope the 4 hours is an easy 4 hours and that there's not too much nonsense going on. Lock that as pick 'em. Alright, well, we'll catch you later, Rep, and I hope you get a chance to at least capture, or catch some of the stream. And I am all out of water. I'll have to fix that later. Okay. Left button, change display. Oh, left, not right. Oh, okay. Neat. I don't know what I want. Oh, okay. Alright. Well, I do have captioning turned on if you want to take advantage of that. No promises that the captioning will be accurate at all. But it's there if you want to utilize that. Let's see. I'm guessing these are hit points. Yeah, let's leave the hit points up, I guess. Were they up before? I don't remember. No, I don't think they were. You know what, it's fine. I'll hit the button if I need to. What's this button? Oh, that's the combat timeline. Okay. You're going first, then you. Yeah. Okay. Well, we need to move before we can really do anything. We'll just go ahead and charge. I do remember playing this out. None of this gets saved, so I'm not terribly worried if I biff it. And it lets you reset your move, which is nice. Let's see. Ramming in adjacent units. Damage varies. Removes poison, blindness, and silence. Sacrifices HP to restore the HP of an adjacent unit. Okay. I don't think it's gonna matter too much if we knock him off of there, so we're just gonna go ahead and attack. Let's see. Should it show how much damage you're expected to do, like the chance of hit? Imagining a game having a working names over people for the whole experience. Oops. Oh, apparently that's fun. Chance shows up if you click it. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. Alright, so we got a 90% chance to hit for 42 damage, and that would one hit. Okay. Well. 100% little star thing? What do the little star things mean? Is that a 100% amount of damage? Zodiac damage coefficient. Okay. Yeah, the Zodiac damage system. Depending on the matchup. Okay. So Zodiac is one of those things I really didn't understand very well. The very short time that I played the game on just as a test. This was with the PSP version, I think. Alright. I'm gonna have to disable that. So there's little buttons that are under the controller that I keep bumping. That's why the camera zooms in and out. So 100%, I guess that means no penalties and no bonuses.
I have you now!
And I'm gonna be attacked from the side no matter what, so.
Leave it to me.
Everything lost.
Come then.
Nothing to fear.
By divine will unencumbered, by darkness empowered. Shadow Blade, you're done for.
Onward.
My turn.
Randall's like, oh my god, finally, I finally get a turn. Well, you guys are gonna take him out, so I'm gonna start with this guy. Okay, so I'm doing 75% damage on this guy because of something to do with the stars, I guess, or the zodiac. Which I know that can impact healing and things like that, so that's something I'll have to be mindful of.
It cannot be. If I die, so be it.
We kept you from doing anything useful.
You'll pay for that.
Time to work.
Doesn't feel good to have to take the turn.
My time is
to heal.
up.
Kind of
Right.
negates a turn more or less. I'm not in a rush. Besides, everybody else is going to kill them. This is kind of it's an introductory thing. So, you kind of can't lose. You have to really biff it. Uh-oh.
No! Lady Ovelia!
Oh, yeah. As a person needing to heal. Yeah, it kind of does. But, like, in a case like this, it's like, you're overwhelmed. You know you're doomed. So, it's like, you know, do you go out, you know, from hell's heart I stab at thee kind of thing, or just like, oh my god, I gotta drink this potion, I gotta stay alive, even though, like, everybody else is going to, like, absolutely grind me into, you know, hamburger.
This way. Hurry up. And try making a little less noise.
I'll not take orders from you!
You've quite a mouth on you, princess.
Rude.
Hold there!
Are you sitting on her? That's ruder.
I think not. If you feel wronged, blame yourself or the father.
Wasn't that line originally blame yourself or God?
This cannot be.
That's what I thought. It doesn't feel any
Delita.
less awkward.
He lives. But why does he serve under the banner of Duke Goltana? I do not understand.
Oh, I got an achievement for that. How nice.
Records of the hero Delita Hyrule
First appear 1 year before the outbreak of the War of the Lions. The loss of the 50 Years' War saw Ivalice paying enormous reparations and ceding vast swathes of land to Ordalia, the victors.
Did that first line sound weird to anybody else?
Knights and sellswords returned from the front to find their homes razed and loved ones slain. Compounding their woes, they were denied pay for their service and stripped of their livelihoods. This ill treatment led many to abandon their fealty to the crown and the nobility. Once loyal soldiers became rogues and traitors, donning the thief's cloak and plotting treason.
Yeah.
It was a time of great unrest for Ivalice. Murder and theft were commonplace. Many were the young adventurer and mage who stepped forward to counter this threat. Of these, the city of Garland too saw its share. It was there that our tale began, a year earlier.
The Academy at Garaland, where we learn to knock people down.
Did you hear? Another Wayne was struck last night on its way to Egros.
Yeah. It sounded like they did 2 recordings of this line, and they were trying to merge them, and they did it really awkwardly. And I'm thinking to myself, is this like 2 narrators and one is taking over for the other? Like, what was that? I don't know what happened there. Maybe it'll be patched. I don't know. That might be a polish issue. It's weird that something so early is not polished, though.
The Corpse Brigade again.
'Tis long past the hour for drills. What is happening, I wonder? Delita, what do you suppose this is about?
Not Polish, polish.
I could hazard a guess.
Oh? Do tell.
I think Duke Larg is coming to Garaland.
Duke Larg? Why?
Not just the Duke. The Marquis Elmdor de Limbury, too.
I will set aside my preference for saying Marquis instead of Marquis, but that's just personal preference. Both of them are correct.
That's the first I've heard of it. This has not the sound of a state visit.
All of Ivalice is in turmoil. The Order's supposed to be keeping things under control, but the fact is, they number too few.
And they mean to bolster their numbers with us.
All right, everybody, fall in!
Yeah, it's just one of those things you're used to one thing and then they do it a different way.
The Order of the Northern Sky has an assignment for its Knight's Apprentice. As I'm sure you're already aware, the number of brigands roaming Galleon is on the rise. Among them, the Corpse Brigade, a seditious lot with a grudge against the very crown they had served. Rogues such as they must be dealt with. The Order has been commanded to undertake an operation to eliminate the brigade. An operation of a grand scale. We will not be acting alone. The Order will be joined by, among others, His Excellency Duke Larg's Royal Guard. This will leave Egros Castle undermanned. Your task will be to proceed there and support us from the rear by bolstering its defenses.
You want us to support your rear? Okay.
Remember, you represent the Academy itself. Noble or otherwise, your actions reflect upon us all.
Let me get on the heavy leather gloves.
Fight with honor and trust in your steel. 'Twould seem the time to take up arms is already upon you, young apprentices. I've just received word that a band of thieves, routed by our knights, flees here to Garaland, where the bustling streets will only aid their escape. We will move to stop them and finish the task of our brothers. You, young apprentices, will accompany us. This is but a squall before the storm of battle. Prepare yourselves at once. Dismissed.
Hey, Kepisagi, welcome in. It's good to see you. How you doing tonight?
Let's be on our way.
Guest units. At certain points in the story, guest units will join Rams's party. These guest units will participate in battle, but they will act of their own accord and cannot be given any instructions. The world map. You may now navigate the world map. To travel around Ivalice, position the cursor with left stick and select a location. Moving to locations marked with a diamond or a diamond with an arrow pointing down will progress the map. The locations list. While on the world map, pressing X will display a list of locations. From there, you can choose your next destination, view the types of stock sold at each settlement, and other information. Most importantly, hopefully it'll let me save the game. Oh, hold on. Can I... I want to look at my, I want to look at my army, my group. You got a shiny Pokemon trying to do your living dex? Not what you wanted, but you'll take it. Well, that takes me here. Which is not going to let me do that. No, I'm not sure how to get to that. Okay, well, I may not be able to yet. Yeah, I don't think it'll allow you to yet, so it's fine. Positioning battle members. You can now choose where to position your units for the start of battle. Before combat begins, you must decide which units to place and where. For battles that are part of the main story, Ramza cannot be removed. Positioning battle members. When selecting your party, move the cursor to a unit and press Y to view its status screen. Excuse me. From here, you can change the unit's job and equipment to better deal with your opponents. Tactical view. Hold right trigger to switch to tactical view, either when selecting battle members or during battle. Provides a clear view of ally and enemy positions, as well as the lay of the land. Let's see. Oh, okay. You're not letting me move it. Fine. Fine. Okay. Now, the main thing I want to know, how do I change their names? Or am I not able to do that? Hey, Belgian Ruffles, welcome in. I do that later? Okay, that's what I had a feeling. Change them at the hiring barracks. That's what I thought, because I seem to remember doing that at on the PSP version. Okay, well, later on, whenever we're finally allowed to do that, I will have a channel points redemption if you want to join the party. And that will involve renaming one of these people. But for now we'll just deal with our peoples. Oh, they're not gonna actually show me who does who goes where. And Reppin, thank you so much for your donation of a Larai. This generous donation can provide clothing, shoes, and hot meals to many orcs in need. So your donation is appreciated. Oops, I'm hitting this button. I'm gonna have to turn that off. And Corgi, thank you for your donation as well. With this, we can purchase some bread or grain to help make a humble meal for a small orcish child in need. If you do form, you can pay for like 2 chickens. And Wolf, thank you for your donation of a Randa. With this, we can provide a full day's home-cooked meals for even the beefiest of orcs. Yum yum. Your Lorai is to buy a name slot. Oh, you don't have to do that. Here, let me go ahead and do this. I will go ahead. Because it was a lot cheaper. I promise. It should... Well, no, I didn't send it back. I turned it on. So, if you want to go ahead and use your channel points on that, I'll write your name down. You have to tell me what you want the name to be. Okay, so Corgi. Okay. Corgi, what name do you want to utilize? Just Corgi? And same for Reppin and Wolf. Just Corgi is your dad. Corgi is fine. Okay, so Corgi will be joining as Corgi. Reppin, how will you be joining us? Okay, I'm guessing you're on call. How about you, Wolf? How will you be joining us? What name will you select? And I don't know if there's any other questions we're gonna have to ask, like if I'm allowed to pick your birthday or whatever. I don't know how that works. We'll figure it out. But Wolf, what name do you want?
Ready and able. At your command.
Your username just shortened? Okay, so we'll do... I guess we'll do just Wolf. Okay. Last time you played this, you had friends who have never seen the game before. Pick your class and sub-skill combos made for some fun ones. You did the Wolf the Lycon? Okay. Oops. We'll see if I can get that to fit. I'm guessing it'll let me. Yeah, we'll have to see how well that goes, because like I don't know like what direction the game is going in yet, because technically this is my first like actual playthrough, especially of this version. Let's see. I need to pick 2 more people. Oh, I got... Okay. What are you? Okay, you're a squire. You're a squire. Okay.
'Tis time.
Yeah, we'll try this.
To battle. What have we here? Little moppets, is it? Our luck's turned for the better.
Excuse me, some of us are not Muppets, we're furries.
All right, lads. Cut through these and we're as good as fled. Make quick work of them. And don't be leaving no squealers behind.
Keep that up and you'll be as good as dead. Oh, right, we have Delita with us.
Leave it to me. Careful, Ramza. Remember, The well-aimed thrust pierces the mail.
Thank you, Captain Obvious.
Don't patronize me, Delita. We Beowulfs know our way around the battlefield.
Now, which way's north?
Beowulf, was it? Heir to the noble house, Beowulf, I'd wager.
No, the other Beowulfs. Who do you think?
Looks like we have ourselves some apprentices from the academy. Well, highborn moppets are still moppets.
Furries.
Lay down your arms or die clutching them. None will mourn your passing.
Okay, that's just rude, Ramza.
Is that right? You're in far over your little heads.
You don't know my hat size.
It's time.
Let's see. Let me think. One of the best additions. This? The tactical view? Yeah. Yeah, being able to, like, get the geometry out of the way is very handy. It's like, now if only I could just, like, make it so that it wasn't isometric. Okay, so we're gonna need to move. Oh, I'm doing the wrong thing. Expected outcome. Once you have selected an ability and a target, the expected outcome will be displayed. Use this to predict what effects your actions might have before you make your decision. Well, 100% chance to hit. This is why you're glad they did voice every line. You overpronounced pronounced it like Beowulf, and now you know it's Beowulf, yeah. Yeah, it's good to have a little bit of, I guess, confirmation of how that works. Controlling allied units. In addition to Ramza, you can also command allied units sent into battle. Instruct them wisely to ensure you emerge victorious. You're not going to be able to do much, so... Got anything you can do? Practical application complete. Use an action ability with a party member during battle. Okay.
Got me to contend with.
Just for the experience? Catch! Well, that's actually, I forgot about that. Well, this is fine. Oh, you don't have much movement. Let's just park you here for now, I guess. What can you do? Items. I don't think potion gains any experience if they're not hurt, do they? Potion gains no experience if it does not heal at least 1 hit point. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Alright, well then, you're just gonna have to wait. I mean, I could have had him at... Oh, you've got Phoenix down? It would have been nice if I'd had the opportunity to redistribute items before I started this battle. Okay, well, I guess you're not gonna do anything helpful. Hang on. Yeah, you barely have any movement, so we're just park you here, I guess.
Thanks a lot. I won't disappoint.
It's not like they have those items.
Ready.
That is the only chemist skill they have. Oh, okay. So they need to buy a potion. Oh, who got hurt? Oh, that was Delita, wasn't it? I wasn't paying attention. Oh, Delita, you want to take a nap in the water? Try not to
I'll
drown.
grow stronger yet.
Yeah. And you can't learn anything in the middle of battle, as I understand it. At least I assume not. Not that you have the JP to do it. Unless you picked up a drop skill crystal and the kill person had that skill. Yeah. That's what I thought. Okay. Yeah, because I remember... I don't remember that... Or I didn't remember that she only had Phoenix down as her skill. But it's fine. We probably won't die. Everything will probably be fine. Also, why are you suddenly getting another turn? What the heck? You know, it would be useful, Delita, if you had not moved away so far. Maybe he could use a potion on you, but no. We're gonna waste it on this guy. Oops. That was an oops on my part. It's fine. You're not going to be able to do a whole heck of a lot, but let's go ahead and... Yeah, we're going to, unfortunately, park you back here. Okay, what are you going to do? You're going to take out Delita. Okay.
This cannot be. See that?
Burble, burble.
My turn. Damn.
Raising a unit's job level. A unit can raise its job level by earning job experience in battle. Each job has its own level, and as a unit's different job levels increase, new jobs will become available for that unit to use.
The fruit of my labors.
Fruit. I'm expecting to be attacked from this front. Fruit sounds nice, it does. Excuse me. $95%? Okay.
I don't understand.
I've earned this.
Nope. Might have to change the way that that works. Okay, Reppin, we'll catch you in a bit. Enjoy your work.
This bodes ill. What should I do?
one thing for it.
Let's see. Can I see your... No, it doesn't let me see your movement, which would be really useful. I know that in Fire Emblem you can do that, so I kind of have to guess. You can't jump, so... I mean, what's the range on a Phoenix down? Should I get Delita back up? Just so that she gets the experience, at least? Let me see if this is far enough. Yes, okay. You can actually do this from further away. So we will actually move... here. Will not hit target. What? Is it because he's down burbling in the water? Let's see if that's the reason. Okay. You don't recover much hit points, so you're just going to go right back down again. In fact, you'll go right back down again the next turn, but at least you'll get experience for it. Can you do this from here? No. Alright, you know what? It's fine. Have it pick
Enough
me up.
lying around.
Leave it to me.
Oh, you get a turn, do you?
It's over!
This first. Can you do potion from a distance? Yes. So I guess we'll get a little bit of experience keeping him from falling flat again.
It's time.
I have you now!
Let me see.
Let's see. I'm wondering if there's a way... do you suppose it's worth it to let their hearts run out so that we can pick up their crystal? Because I know the one guy has used potion. I want to look at a different job. Oh well. I guess we'll move you over here. Oh, not quite. Okay. Catch.
Hello, Whites! Oh, I can still improve.
This way. Alright, Delita's up, which means he's gonna get aggressive, so yeah, there's no point in doing that. Since nobody's down, she doesn't get to do anything. Don't kill him in one hit. Okay, good.
Now.
Nothing personal, we're just sparring.
Now then.
I'm in your debt. Right.
Let's see. Again, nothing personal. We're just sparring. Ooh, that's kind of a big hit. I don't like that. We're not going to do that after all. This is not going to work because you're not hurt, so he won't get any experience. Darn it. One of you guys need to stub your toe or something. I guess we'll do this. That just... yeah, we're too far away.
Ready and waiting.
Oh, well, thank you for the reminder to hydrate, Wolf. Give me just 1 second to grab some water, because I'm all out. Pardon me one moment. Extricate myself from my chair. I'm gonna have to be careful because I didn't go to the bathroom before stream, so I might have to pee. Battle could make anyone part. Indeed, that's very true. Okay. Let's do this to spar. 15 damage, that's not the worst. It's a love tap.
Onward.
You need some experience. Oh god, why do you do so much damage to him? Can you unequip that and just slap him or something? No, you don't have that option. Okay, hang on. You'll probably be fine. Just, oh, 150%. No wonder she's doing so much damage. Yeah, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. We're just not. You're just gonna have to park it.
I must be decisive.
Hey SG, welcome in. It is a cool game. It's going about as well as you would expect. We're kind of sparring while we wait for Delita to knock this guy out.
No substitute for experience.
Yeah, we should have left him drowning in the lake.
Why persist in such folly? Honest work would see them die old in bed. Yet they choose instead this early grave.
You expect it's going well? That's exactly what's going on. Everything is going well. See, we win. How did Ramza contribute the most? I'm very confused by that. Yeah, we had a little bit of a hiccup at the start of stream.
Barbeneth Beowulf, a
The
great
game
hero
crashed.
who had attained the distinguished title of Knight Gallant, approached the hour of his death.
Yeah, it didn't have permissions in Windows to save
What
anything.
news of the war?
So the tutorial level came up with a message that said access denied. And it's like, what? I don't know if anybody clipped that or not. I might have to go back and clip that because that was a little bit nuts. It was not expected. But I gave the game permission to do what it needs to do, and now we're good.
The Order has struck a great blow. Limbri is ours once more.
Limberries.
'Tis but a matter of time ere the Ordalians withdraw from Siltania.
I don't know where these places are.
All goes as planned, Lord Father. Be not troubled.
The envoy dispatched to treat with Advocate Lenario returned this night past. He has agreed to your proposal, Lord Father.
Good. Very good. Then the war will die with me.
Father.
There now, Alma. Do you want my last memory to be of your tears?
Where is that Ramza? He should be here at your side.
Zalbag, Dystag, you are dear to me. But Ramza is no less so. Though he be not the issue of the womb that bore you, my sons, still my blood courses through his veins. Watch after him.
This is what we call a bastard child. And apparently that's fine. These days, nobody cares about that kind of thing. Well, okay, maybe some people do.
Lord Father!
You forget yourself, Ramza.
You have come. Good. Let me look upon your face once more.
Lord Father.
How long has it been? You've grown into a fine young man. I would hear of your studies. You've been at the academy since spring, is it? Hear me, Ramza. For generations, we Beowulfs have stood foremost of those who serve the crown. Ours is the soul of the knight. Become a knight worthy of your name. Tolerate no injustice. Stray not from the true path.
But I want to be a white mage.
You will know the path you must walk. A Beowulf can walk no other.
I will not fail you, Father.
Your friend, Delita. He is a good boy. He is low-born, but he can serve you well. I've made arrangements for him to enter the academy. You should have seen the look on the headmaster's face. In the years ahead, you will need someone whom you can trust. You could do far worse than Delita.
About that.
As you say, Father.
Take care of your sister. And show these brothers of yours what it is. What it is to be a knight.
Pressing start while on the world map opens the main menu, which contains the following: units, view party members and change their equipment abilities, and so on. Inventory, check the items in your possession. Chronicle, learn about the world and story. First, try opening the main menu and visiting the unit screen, where you may equip your party with weapons and armor and assign abilities. From the units section of the main menu, you may use Set as Favorite to have your favorite units appear at the top of the list. On the unit screen, move the cursor to a unit and press A to view its status. From there, you may learn more about the unit, equip it with weapons and armor, learn and assign abilities, change its job, and more. You can change the order in which your units appear by pressing X to move them one at a time. Units can also be registered as favorite by pressing Start. Here you can view all of your equipment and consumable items. The Chronicle provides a wealth of knowledge that allows you to deepen your understanding of the world and the story. From here, you may save your progress, load save data, and adjust settings such as the play mode or camera controls. Which I might want to do. Oh, it's up and right and up and left. Okay, maybe I'll leave it at type A. Unlurk, welcome back, Reppin. How did the call go? Work, as it's work, as work can work. Yeah, work is work.
Need something?
We can't do anything with his job, can we? From a unit's ability screen, you can spend that unit's job points, JP, to have it learn new abilities. Once the unit has learned an ability, it must be assigned to the unit from the status screen before it can be used or its effect can be activated. There are 4 categories of abilities, each with different purposes. Action abilities, grouped by job command, used for attacking and healing. Reaction abilities trigger automatically, such as when being attacked. Support abilities provide helpful effects that are always active. Movement abilities provide effects related to how a unit moves. You can freely assign one ability from each category to a unit. I did find the party screen. How much JP does he have? 97. We should probably, well, I don't know how important Delita is going to be for the entire game, because I know he's a guest. We got 10,000 monies. Okay. I don't think it's gonna let us do the thing where we can name people. From a unit's status screen, you can equip it with weapons and armor, assign abilities that learn new ones and change its job. You can also create combat sets, combinations of a unit's job, equipment, and abilities that can be saved and reapplied later. Try to go into the city? Okay. Okay, let's... Okay, there we go. Each settlement on the world map offers a range of amenities. You can visit the outfitter to buy or sell equipment and items, the tavern to hear the latest rumors, or the Warriors Guild to recruit new units and change the names of your party members. Each city and castle is home to a chapter of the Warriors Guild where you can recruit new units for your party. Furthermore, with the exception of certain units, allies and friendly creatures can be renamed.
Greetings! In need of a soldier for hire? Change of name, eh?
Okay. So we've got a few folks here. Let's see. Corgi, are you still there? Because I need to figure out who's going to be renamed, and then we're going to figure out... Yes, okay. For you, just go with Rep? Okay. Okay. Corgi, since you chimed in first, do you want to be starting as a squire or starting as a chemist? Chemist? Okay.
Very well. I dare say I'll hear the bards singing this name ere long. Let me know if you need aught else. Certainly.
Okay. So... Rep was next, which means you get to be one of our squires. We'll probably be changing jobs around, but, you want your highest faith unit you plan to turn into a mage. Okay. Then... well, that could be this guy, but...
You have another task for me?
What about recruiting?
Anyone meet your needs?
Oh, gosh. What? Can I re-roll this?
Let me know if you need aught else. What sort of recruit are you looking for?
Oh no, rep in the party. Yep, you can join the party if you like, by spending channel points. No, I'm good with having you be the highest faith unit. It's just like, I thought that it would randomize instead of giving me a roster to pick from. Okay, you've got 46, 41, 57, 50, 49, 59, 41.
Is there aught else? Change of name, eh?
Better with renaming this guy. He's got 71. So yeah, we can turn this guy into a mage. Oh, well, you wanted to be rep, so we'll do that.
Very well. I dare say I'll hear the bards singing this name ere long. Let me know if you need aught else.
Hoping we'll get a chance to give him more faith later.
Anyone meet your needs? You have another task for me?
Let me see something
Your
real
patronage is a priest.
Let me check something real quick.
Greetings.
If I go back in...
What sort of recruit are you looking
for?
for?
Oh, I can re-roll. Okay. Hold on a second then. I might actually do something a little different for you.
Is there your patronage is a...
What I'm gonna do...
Greetings. Change of name, eh?
This. What was this guy's name before? I forget. Argok. Okay. And what name do you want us to utilize? He was Hadrian before. Okay, thank you. All right, we're gonna try to roll you a higher faith.
Very well. Do you have another task for me? What sort of recruit are you looking for?
And I forget, because I'm juggling a few things. Argok, what do you want as your name? Just Argok, or do you want something else? And how are you doing tonight? I hope that you are well. 47, 62. I'm gonna aim for at least 80 to 85, I want to say. That would be good, right? Just make me whatever is stuck in the party with rep every time so he has to suffer the presence of Argok, even in Final Fantasy. Just use Argok. Okay. Do you have any particular class preference?
Let me know if you need aught else. Your patronage is a priest.
Okay. So we'll go in
Greeting.
and out.
Anyone catch your eye?
46, 68, 42, 54, 57, 47, 69, 70.
Let me know if you need aught else.
Does anybody know the null preferences? So just kind of whatever's the loudest. So we'll make you a bard.
Yep, when you next need hands up. Greetings. In need of a soldier for hire?
Well, how else are you supposed to be heard? You gotta sing. Keep us entertained with your shenanigans. Beefy warrior, etc. I'm getting confused. Who's beefy warrior? Oh, for Argok. Okay. Argok, are you gonna be beefy warrior or mage type? Like, what direction do you want to go? Null preferences, nulls. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what null class would be here. Big boofy things hit with club. Does that make sense? You will be whatever you want me to be? Okay. So Argok will be our wild card.
Anyone catch your eye?
Do we know if it's possible for Faith to start higher than 70? Corny alert. You don't know. Okay. We'll
Do you have
do a
another
few
task?
rerolls
Yep, when
here,
you next
and
need
we will see.
Greeting.
So I
Anyone
haven't
catch
seen
your
anything
eye?
higher than 70. Okay.
Do you have another yep, when you next need hand? Greeting. What sort of recruit are you looking for?
Okay, I'm not
Let me know if you
seeing
when you next
anything
need hand.
higher than 70.
Welcome to the. Anyone catch your eye?
Yeah, I think
Is
we're
there
gonna
all
have
tell?
to go
Farewell.
with 70.
Welcome.
So what
Change
did
of
he
name,
start
eh?
with? He started with 71. So actually, Hadrian is going to be the best person for you to be, because he gets a point higher than we can recruit.
Huh. They say a name is the essence of one's character. Is there aught else?
Okay. So we will remove the squire thing. We'll make him a chemist so he can start working toward mage. Corgi. Do you have a preference? Do you want to be the... You're a chemist at the moment, which is going to be like kind of leaning a little bit toward mage type. Do you want me to build you towards mage, or do you want me to build you towards like fighter types? And Wolf, the same goes for you. Rep, don't be lewd. This is a wholesome stream. You need 2 chemists, 1 Walter, and 1 Jesse. Usually go fighter, but you want to sling spells like a cool nerd. Okay, so what we're aiming for you is spell sword. We'll find a way to balance the two. Anything related to helping others magic-wise? Okay, so you're going to be an assist. We'll probably start you out towards the white mage category then. Jesse, we need to cook. So everyone except Argok magic, please. Well, I mean, Corgi is going to be balanced. We'll probably start Argok with some offensive stuff. We'll make him offensive. Physically. Don't read into that the wrong way. Argok is a perfectly fine individual once you get to know him. Probably. You know what you said. You know what I said. Private domicile. Not really. He's great, guys. He's going to be doing spooky times for us. I'm looking forward to it. Okay.
Whose name would you like to change?
So we got Corgi. Your faith is 54. I think we're gonna want something a little higher for Wolf and maybe for Corgi.
You have another task for me? Anyone meet your needs?
Can I show stats? Four, three. Are all these gonna start the same? I guess they do. Wait. They have different amounts of experience and JP. That's annoying. And inconsistent. Okay. Bravery is 65, Faith is 62, which is pretty good. Welcome to the chaos of life. Exactly. Oh, it costs money to recruit. Okay, so I'm gonna have to be careful. We're gonna put this guy as... I think we'll hire you as Corgi. We're gonna have to change you to...
You'll hire this sellsword for the agreed fee? A perfect fit, I'm sure. Is there aught else? Whose name would you like to change?
Okay, so you're gonna be Corgi.
Very well. Let me know if you need aught else. Change of name, eh?
Let's see. So we need to rename you. I don't remember what your name was before, so we'll call you... What are we gonna call you?
A fine choice of name. Is there aught else?
Put your placeholder in there. You love that annoyed breath of the so what would you... Yeah, it's like... it's basically like, alright, who are you renaming now?
Change of name, eh?
Okay. 55, 69... Yeah... That is... This is actually gonna be pretty good for Wolf. Not as high as Reppin, but 69 is still a nice amount of faith for a caster. So let's go ahead and rename you. You. Wolf. Me. Okay, let's Wolf the Lycan.
A fine choice of name. Mayhap it will become known the world over. You have another task for me? Certainly.
We got a Corgi. We got a Rep. We got a Wolf. Now we need an Argok. Let's see. Being our wild card, do we want somebody with a little more faith? Yeah, I think it's fine. It's middling, which means, so the way I understand it, the higher your faith, the more damage you do with magic, but also the more damage you take with magic. Bravery, I forget. I'll have to see if I can find that somewhere in one of the help things. I think this guy is gonna make for a suitable Argok.
A fine choice of name. Mayhap it will become known the world over. Let me know if you need aught else.
Okay.
Whose name would you like to change?
And that, I believe, is everybody who has redeemed. Let me double check. Oh, sorry about the lack of music for a minute, guys. Let's see. Reward request. Doing all right here, Kepasagi. We are figuring out who wants to join the party. If you wish to join, you can use the channel point redemption that has been included, and we will either rename or hire somebody. You'll have to let us know what name you want to use and roughly what kind of build you want us to be. You wish to join the party. All right, Kepasagi. Okay. What would you like your name to be? And where did I put that? There it is. Okay. Yes, I've got everybody at the moment. So far, so good. Minimize.
You have another task for me?
Kepa, please? Okay. And what kind of build do you want us to go for? Are the classes archetypes gender locked in this game? Oh, that's a good question. I think a couple of them were.
Your patronage is appreciated.
Let me exit and go to this. What button do I use to move around? Move unit with X. Okay, there we go. I think there are two. That's what I'm thinking too. I think like I'm thinking Bard and Dancer, but wait a minute, those are from Byram. All right, let's see. Job. Oh, right. Job summary, job abilities. No, that's not what I want. That's also not what I want. Isn't there a map view or something? You think? Oh, they are? Okay. Make you a caster boy or support. Okay. We got a lot of mages. Where's all of our beefcakes? And Kepasagi, remind me if, correct me if I'm wrong. You identify as male, or do you identify otherwise? Because I know I think you had a character with us, or wait, no, was that somebody else? When we played Bastard Bonds, I don't know if you were with us. I might be thinking of somebody else. You identify as male. Okay, so we will need to hire.
Welcome. Anyone meet your needs?
If you want to be a caster, so we're going to look for somebody with higher faith. I want to say at least mid-60s. Oh, there's a 70. Let's see, Bravery 67, Bravery 58. Bravery's good, right? Furries, all mages, no fighters. Good thing there's an orc around here somewhere. Let's see. Can somebody remind me what bravery is? Because I would have to exit from this and lose this spread. Oh, wait.
Do you want something?
They all have voices.
I will give it my all.
Oh, they all have different voices.
You have my strength.
Maybe I should have listened to voices.
What's the plan?
I'll repay your faith.
What is it?
They added too much. They added too much. They're making this more difficult for me than I originally thought it would be. But that's okay. But yeah, if this is something I do want answered, what does the bravery stat do? Because unfortunately, I read it at one point and then forgot. Voice doesn't matter? Okay.
Do you want something? I shall enjoy this.
Because I'm debating, do I want to go with the higher faith, but lower bravery, or high on both? Because I don't remember if bravery is a problem when it's high. I might just go ahead and take it. Brave is like luck or proc. Okay, then we probably want that to be reasonable. So we'll go ahead and grab this person.
So, you'll hire this sellsword for the agreed fee? You'll do well together. You have another task for me? Certainly.
Okay.
A fine choice of name. Mayhap it will become known the world over. Is there aught else? Your patronage is appreciated.
Okay. Alright, let's get you all settled into your roles.
Hmm?
So we'll need to make you... Oh, you can already be a black mage. That's interesting. You can be a white mage, too. Okay. You said support, right? Caster Boy or a support. Okay. I think what we'll do... I'm thinking... Is Wolf...
My lord?
Are you able to make you... Yes, we can make you a white mage. Oh, it tells you what... Okay. We could just jump right over to it. Alright, so we need to be level 2 before he can be a white mage. Okay, so we'll leave you as chemist. What about Keppa?
Do you want something?
You probably, yeah, requires level 2. Okay, we'll make you a chemist.
Wish me luck.
Do we have a different napkin? Okay, so you would actually prefer to be... Alright, so we'll go ahead and do... We'll start you with Black Mage. We'll start Wolf as a White Mage. Reppin, we're gonna have to figure out something for casting as well. I mean, we're probably gonna learn both. I don't know how the... like, how the jobs kind of go. Rams is gonna have to stay as a squire. Let's see.
What?
Yep, we're gonna have to make you a chemist.
A wise decision.
Okay. Corgi. We're gonna... I think we're gonna start you as...
Need something?
We're gonna get you a chemist.
I can do this.
And then Argok we will leave as a squire for now.
Certainly.
Okay. Let's see if we can buy any abilities. Oh, there's the button I wanted. Okay. So level 2, archer or knight, white mage or black mage, and then a bunch of things that we don't know what they are. That's cool. If everyone and their mother is casters, throw you into melee, or if you need ranged, we'll do archer. Okay. Let's see.
Need something?
Yes?
What is this? Oh, that's for like shields and stuff. Okay, let's see what we can learn. I think the very first thing we want is JP Boost. So he almost has it, not quite. Hang on.
What is it?
We might be switching a little bit more. Okay. So we need JP Boost from Squire. So everybody will have to take at least some experience in Squire to get JP Boost. Okay. Alright, so that gives me kind of an idea on where we'll have to go. In the cities and castles of Ivalice, you will find outfitters, establishments where weapons, armor, accessories, and consumable items can be bought and sold. The stock available differs according to the type of settlement, and new goods may be added as the story progresses. You're too versatile for your own
How
good?
might I help you?
Let's see.
Or catch your eye?
So daggers, broadswords, oak staffs, and rods. Okay, so that's for white mages, that's for black mage.
Will that be all? After all, in particular?
Leather cap, clothing. We're going to buy lots of this stuff. Just want to relive your Final Fantasy 14 days of being black mage and staying healer's adjust.
May I help with aught else?
We do have some Final Fantasy 14 players in here. So they might, yes, Reppin. And some people who hang out on Reppin's stream to voice act during Final Fantasy 14 streams. If you, oh gosh. I wish that the music would continue while I'm outside of the window. But yeah, make sure to follow Reppin if you're not already doing so. Because he does Final Fantasy 14, he does some Final Fantasy Tactics as well. Unsolicited ad. Oh yeah, you're streaming it every Wednesday, which is tomorrow. So yeah. So it's not an unsolicited ad because I literally just shouted you out. So if anything, it's a solicited ad. Or something, I don't know. Anyway, it's go follow Reppin.
I await your next.
Okay. What's the tavern? Let me see what this is. Taverns are prime locations for gathering information and listening to rumors. Pay one a visit. You might learn things to which few others are privy. Are you sure you want me trying to do voice stuff? I can't read.
A warm welcome to you.
Rumors.
Rumors, eh?
Brigandry is on the rise across the land, and Galeon has by no means been spared. Please rep verse whiz. Wait, what? Oh. Yeah, Kepisagi already followed you. On my insistence. Yes, I did insist. I was probably very aggressive in that. Everyone gaffs on voices from time to time. Yeah, I do all the time. Ain't that the way it is? Oh. Okay, I see the thread now. Yes, Wolf also participates. Corgi is sometimes a guest for some of the Borderlands runs. And there are other guests as well. So, there's much fun to be had. And of course, on Fridays, we've got Reppin Wolf and Argog, who lately have been playing some Neverwinter Nights. Your voices are flawlessly executed. It's true, Argog. They are. Your Argok voice is flawless. When you're not using the Argok voice, I get very confused. I'm like, who is this person? That's how flawless it is. That's what you'd be tuning in for, the Neverwinter Nights? Well, that is going to be on Rep and Stream on Fridays. At 8 p.m. Eastern, I believe, is when you start. Isn't it the worst? No! Your Argok voice is the best. This feels like appropriate music for talking about Argok and his voice. With Reppin in the room. Right, the normal voice is the worst. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yes, Neverwinter Nights. Yeah, so if you want to see just what kind of these two, if you want to see what kind of shenanigans these two can get up to, definitely check them out on Friday. 8 Eastern, 7 Central, yes. Argok's reading voice is so soothing, then the normal voice comes. I'm awake. Let's see. The Corpse Brigade. Waynes are struck and pillaged. High-ranking officials taken sword point. Most of the incidents of this past 6 month... okay, are believed... You couldn't just call it of the past 6 months. No, we had to call it this past 6 month. Okay. Are believed to be the work of a company of felons and former sellswords, known as the excuse me, known as the Corpse Brigade. It is oft said that the only good brigand is a dead brigand. Well, you know what? Maybe they just want a hug. And the Order of the Northern Sky would like not more than to see the brigade made corpses for true. But as yet, it is all the knighthood can do to keep the outlaws in check. King Ondoria III. The health of King Ondoria III has been a subject of concern since his collapse at the birthday celebration of Prince Orinus. Okay. The Board of Chamberlains has since announced that the king has regained consciousness and his fever has broken, but will yet require no less than 3 weeks of quietude and bed rest in order to recover. Many speculate that it may be some months before the king resumes his official duties. However, Queen Luveria and her retainers have long been in charge of most affairs of state, and thus few problems are anticipated during the king's absence. You're scooping up all the brigands and giving company-mandated hugs. Excellent. I knew we hired you for a reason. You'll take one of those? Okay. Make sure to give Reppin a hug, Kep. The half-century of conflict. Oh, Wolf was giving out hugs too. See, we hired Wolf for a reason too. See, this is the important thing about an orcish army. We don't dole out abuse. We dole out hugs. We will conquer you with hugs. And you will like it. The Army of Hugs. The half-century of conflict between Ivalice and Ordalia is today known as the 50 Years' War. The beginning of the 50 Years' War can be traced to the death of Ordalia's king Divan III and his failure to name a successor. His cousin, Voroy the 5/6, is next in line for the throne. Don't look at me that way. However, King Denamda King Denamda II of Ivalice, the uncle of Divan III, oh my god, these names, proclaimed himself the rightful heir. Corey, when you're reading my story, just let me know if there's any situations you run into when that just kind of make you trip over your own tongue, like your brain tongue, if you know what I mean. Then that's probably something I should fix. Not your brain tongue, my writing. Anyway, proclaimed himself the rightful heir and declared war on Ordalia. However, this was merely a pretense to justify the invasion of the neighboring Ordalian province of Zelmonia. Okay. Formerly an independent state, it had been annexed by Ordalia nearly a century prior. Ivalice had since been aiding the province in, an effort to weaken Ordalia. Though increasingly severe opposition and political purges I thought when I bought this game I wouldn't have to do any reading. Enacted by the Ordalians Zelmonia has bid. I'm missing chat. Bid to regain independence. Tired of the Ordelian rule, the Zelmonian leadership and nobility secretly petitioned Ivalice to take a more direct hand in their liberation. You read it in my voice so that it's me tripping. Okay, well, I'm tripping over my tongue now. Corgi is a master at impressions. Is he? Are you? Thought this would be a picture video game. How much more do I have here? Oh my god. I'm not reading
Anything
all
else
this.
I can help you with?
I don't know what the 50 years war is.
Come back soon now.
I'm gonna find it out through the normal gameplay of the story. Have you heard this Argok impression? Have you heard his Argok impression? Sorry, it is amazing and sounds just like you. I have not. Every so often, I actually catch myself doing a little bit of an Argok voice. Usually when I'm just annoyed by something and I go, oh my god! But it's not really Argok-ish enough. It's just more me being annoyed by something. But I'm starting to pick up some Argok inflections whenever I go, oh my god, it's something. Did you hear that? Argok was just here. I wasn't even trying, Corgi. You can't do impressions to save your life. All you can do is your normal gender ambiguous voice. Well, you know what? That takes some talent to develop. And I appreciate it. He's spreading. What's he spreading? Okay. Do we? Let me... Is everybody equipped?
Yes.
Nope, we are not. Oh. Oh, okay. Wait a minute, you can use broadsword. So, yeah, give Weapon the knife back. You know, this time next Tuesday, we're both going to be tacticsing at the same time. It's true. Oh, God. Since you won't be live on Halloween, here's a little something for the last week of Orktober. Gotta get it right, Wolf. It's Orktober. But thank you for the Fellspawn summoning. If we need a little Argok inside of them, it helps life be more manageable. I'll let Reppin comment on that. Orktober, yes. Okay. I think...
Looking for aught in particular? After aught in particular?
First and foremost...
Are you happy to make many thanks? Are you happy to make this purchase? Thank you for your custom.
I don't know that we'll need these just sent. We can't even use them. Oh, let's see. Wholesome cinnamon sweet bean over here. Yes, sir, / ma'am / monarch.
May I help with aught else?
I want you all to imagine this happening on Friday. Because it does. Kapasagi owns their lewdness. See, here are the papers.
Come back any time.
Okay. I think we're equipped. Hold on. This button. So many buttons.
Need something?
No. Oh, I didn't even know I had these. Probably a useful thing to look at one's inventory. A shield. We do have a leather helmet. Who can use this? Classes that we currently don't have. This is probably wanting me to, like... Oh, we got a whole bunch of stuff here. We can't use them because we don't have the skill to do it, but... Oop, nope. That's not what I wanted to do. That's not what I wanted to do. Got a few chapters stored away as Apocrypha. Hang on, I'm missing chat. Completely open book in most regards. I am largely an open book. I try not to be too open during stream because I don't know yet if I want it to be that kind of stream. Who was it who said earlier this was a perfectly wholesome stream? Was that you, Argok? I think it was Argok that said that this was a very wholesome stream. And, I don't know, we'll figure it out. It is a wholesome stream. Okay. Well, I appreciate that. I don't know how true that is, but I appreciate it nonetheless. I do mark my streams as 18+. Yes. I do and have played games that are definitely 18+. Between Bastard Bonds and Salt of the Earth, I think it was. The lesbian orc game. Where I had to stop in the middle of it because they were definitely getting into some very spicy art. Oops. I didn't want to hit that. Argok says they always behave. Reppin says you never behave. Well, I mean, to be fair, he always behaves in a manner. And I will leave it at that. You picked up Bastard Bonds on a sale you need to set aside to play it. It is a very good tactical game. You also bought Bastard Bonds based on my stream, just haven't played it yet. Guys, what are you doing? I even gave you some artwork, Reppin. Unless you want that redone or something. Wait, I'll give you the Photoshop file too. So like you can tweak that if you need to. Well, you know what? You're just gonna have to play it on stream one of these days. You could, maybe next year, you could start dedicating Tactics Tuesdays for Orktober. We'll have to see. It's an idea. Think about it. Think about it. You got a year to think about it. And if you need some help with generating some graphics for people to join the roster, I can help a little bit with that. If you need anyone that I've already got, because I know Wolf is in the group, I've got my avatar. C79 had his character. I don't know if he pops in on any of your streams or not. If Rep does Orktober and not November, our contract is void. Well, Argok, is there a game where... Actually, no, he could... there are gnolls in Bastard Bonds. Argok could be a character in Bastard Bonds. And it will take more than 4 weeks to beat the game. So we could have a bit of overlap between Orktober and November with Bastard Bonds. It's a possibility. Something to consider. You could be appeasing 2 audiences over the course of a couple of months there, Reppin. You'll make the orcs happy, you'll make the gnolls happy. The one you signed 3 years ago. He keeps it in a fireproof safe. You know, eventually we're going to play this game. We'll eventually get to the game.
Please.
Oh. Well, Rep, okay. I mean, you don't have to. You don't... The characters... Yeah, we're about to play... We're going to play one of these days, and I look at Reppin's character, and it's like, please. And I'm like, I mean, I'll get to it. I'm new to the game. Don't be so hard on me. It's really funny that I think that you have the ability to appease Argok. I mean, I don't know, Argok, you tell us. If he added you as a Knoll in Bastard Bonds, would that be adequate? In 7 years we syndicated and I get that sweet, sweet syndication money. Gee, I wish I was syndicated. Actually, I'm not sure that I do. What am I doing? What am I doing?
Yes?
Okay. I think what I'm gonna do... I have written down what, like, the direction we're gonna take. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start everybody except for Wolf as a squire so that we can get the JP booster, because I do want somebody who has the ability to heal. Do you have the ability to heal? Okay, good. You have potion learned. That's important. Wait, can you learn? You cannot. Okay. Wait, what's your equip do? Allows unit to change equipment during battle, which is, if I'm smart, I'll never need it. Throw items. Wait, what? Oh, that must be what he can do. Okay. Okay. So, for right now... Okay. We're gonna make Wolf our healer. We're gonna...
What?
Give everybody else the squire job for now.
I can hardly wait.
And then we'll learn the JP boost.
Need something?
I'll repay your faith.
Because we want everybody to learn that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many characters are we usually allowed to put in?
Looking for all inputs.
Fitting option allows you to equip a unit with multiple pieces of gear before deciding to purchase them. You may also choose to keep the new gear equipped upon purchase.
Good choice. May I but come back any...
It's actually not what I want to do right now. In early missions, like 3 to 4. Oh. Shoot. That's gonna have our party be kind of unbalanced then. Oh well. We'll get there eventually. Okay, so you've got... Actually, we can give you the broadsword. And then we'll give you the Mithramite. Okay. How come Ramsey has so much JP? Do you already have this learned? No, but it's grayed out? Do you have it equipped somehow? How do I equip abilities? No, he doesn't have it. Oh, he's already got items. Okay. Unit has not learned any action abilities for the Arts of War. It will be unable to use... Okay. Okay. So it's there, but I can't use them. That's fine. Alright. Unless you do instant battles, which lets you field 5 or 6. It's not learned. Yeah. And nobody's learned anything yet, so it's fine. Okay. I think... No, main menu.
Need something?
No, stop. Arr.
Making preparations?
Yes, and I'm hitting all the wrong buttons. Shut up, Delita. Okay. I've probably done absolutely nothing so far, but we're gonna save it just in case. Okay, so unless I do instant battles, is that what these are? Or is there some other way to do it? Let's see, move cursor, locations, battlegrounds. Is that what this is? That's a story battle. You would need to access a non-city tile to create a battle. Okay, so, all right. So I have to do the story battle in Mandalia Plain before I can do an instance battle, I guess. Okay, let's do that. Okay, yeah, we only get 4 units. And Ramza's one of them. Alright, well... We're gonna bring
I will
Rep,
do my utmost.
At your command.
And Wolf.
Aye. Forward.
You have to share a secret. You never beat Final Fantasy Tactics. You grew up on the Ogre Battle IP. That's fair.
Looks like this one's still alive. What do we do with him?
I have a secret too, Kepasaki. I have never beat Final Fantasy Tactics either. In fact, I've barely played it, the PSP version. I just played it long enough to make sure it worked. You were a gigantic fan of Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. Yeah, Rep has played the Game Boy version. I actually tinkered around with that a little bit, again, just to make sure that it worked, but I never really got anywhere in it.
What do you think we do with him?
Use him to take over the world? No, wait, this isn't Pinky in the Brain.
Right then. Your luck's run out, knave. If ever you had any.
Go on, do it.
Blast! One of the Order's patrols!
Shoot, we were just in the nick of time.
The Corpse Brigade. And they've a hostage in their midst.
Let's see. Kepasaki played the crap out of the FFT Advance. Okay. It literally shaped who you are and your level of tactical games. You do like Final Fantasy Tactics a lot, but FFTA is your #1. That's fair. Rep plays FFTA when he does not spend a 2-hour stream trying to steal one item. Argok, shh. I might end up doing that at some point. I don't know. I really hope Squeenix gives FFTA a treatment like that at some point. That would be cool. I would love to see FFTA done like in a remix mode like this. That would be very interesting to see. Because it's kind of like what they've done with Dragon Quest. Like they redid 3, and that remake turned out really nicely. They remade 1 and 2, and that's going to be released very, very soon? Like in a couple days, I think? And it looks really good. I'm actually considering getting that, but I'll probably be busy with this instead. So that might be a future stream. But yeah, like... Let's kind of be honest here. I'm not so sure that, especially with AAA companies, that they're coming up with any fresh new ideas that are really hitting the mark. So, if they can really do a good remake justice and not make it shovelware, then that would be ideal. I'd love to see, like, Secret of Mana get a proper remake. So one stream where you almost felt trolled. Okay. So, I guess we get a decision here. Are we lawful or are we good? Our first duty is to defeat the brigade, or we must rescue their captive. I personally am leaning towards #2. I'm not sure that this might be an illusion of choice thing. Games are really good at that. at giving you an illusion of choice where this, like, it looks like it should matter, but I don't know if it does. I missed this in your lore, but you literally did a 3-hour stream trying to steal an ultra-rare dagger from one of the 3 places you can ever get it in the game, and luck was not on your side. I can understand it, though. I've probably done similar in the past in games. Anyway, you know what? We're gonna be good instead of lawful. We must rescue their captive.
We must rescue their captive. To do less would be unbecoming of men of the Order.
Oh, that's right. I think it actually changes your objective.
Leave it to me.
Reinforcements. And none too soon. I shall win glory.
You will occasionally be joined in battle by special units who act of their own accord and cannot be given instructions. As the main story progresses, these special units may join your party for a time as guests. We can leave this guy? Yeah, I feel like I made a bad decision. Like, maybe we should have done the first one. The objective would have changed to kill all the people, and then, like, we could have just let him take a dirt nap. Like he probably deserves. I only have, like, the vaguest of ideas about him. I think I saw one scene where he was being a jerk. It's kind of been a while. But yeah, like, I'm kind of like, nah, let's just sort of kick him to the curb. Look at his face, so punchable. It is a punchable face. Depending on the condition for victory, allowing a special unit to be KO'd may result in a game over. Well, if that happens, we'll just try again. Don't be stealing our XP, dude. Right, this was why I wanted him dead. Okay, cool. Stay up there.
We can win this.
By selecting Auto Battle from the battle menu, you can instruct a unit to fight automatically. With Auto Battle, you can issue general instructions for how you want the unit to behave. Follow individual commands given by you. For manual, attack the enemy will attack a specified enemy. Oh, you're both getting sleepy? Okay. Well, I thank you very much for the well wishes. I'm hoping that Final Fantasy Tactics treats me well, too. I hope you have a good night's sleep with lots of pleasant dreams, and we will catch you later. Nighty-night. Attack enemy, attack a specific enemy. Protect ally to protect a specific ally. Heal allies when they lose HP, and get to safety, try to move to a safe place. If you wish to disable auto battle, select the desired unit while viewing the battlefield or while the battle is paused, and press right button. Nah, I kind of prefer to be in control of things. What level are you? You're level 2. We need other people to get some experience. So, Ramza, how about you chill for a bit?
Now.
Let's see, rep in. Actually, let's move you forward, I think. Can you throw a rock? You can almost throw a rock. Actually, you can throw a rock. I probably shouldn't do this. Ah. There, Argok has leveled up by throwing stones at an asshole. Raising a unit's level. A unit can raise its level by earning experience in battle. When a unit gains a level, its attributes, such as HP and MP, will increase. The rate at which the various attributes grow depend on the unit's job at the time of gaining a level.
Oh, I can still improve.
Oh, is that the voice Argok's got? Shoot, that doesn't sound like an Argok voice. You have the nice astral sign, do you? Oh yeah, you do have the nice astral sign. Oh yeah, that's something we probably should have looked at it to see if... so many things in creating a character that it gives you zero control over. If I'd known what I was doing, we could have looked to see if maybe there was a way to make that better somehow, but yeah. Anyway, have a healing potion.
I will help you.
Emergency treatment complete. Remove ally status ailment to restore 5 times. Okay.
Me then.
Please don't. Okay. Well. Could you maybe not whip the camera around? Whoopsie. Oh, good. Oh, that's a lot of damage.
My strength has grown.
That is a lot of damage.
It's now or never.
Uh-oh. No, Rippin.
What has befallen me? My turn.
Well, we can't really afford to faff about, I guess. Crabs are cool. Yeah, everything evolves into crabs.
I came so far.
Victory is mine.
That's probably a terrible place to stand.
A bitter defeat.
He's
I will
stealing
make you
XP.
pay.
Hang on. Okay, you will get your turn almost right away. So if we move you here...
The killing blow.
Let's see. Argok will protect Reppin. Actually, hold on. Yeah, can't quite... I don't know if the AI is going to try to take him out. We do have the opportunity to use a potion. Hopefully he doesn't do too much damage. Actually, no. We're going to make the assumption that he'll be okay. That may be a tactical error on my part, but... 16 damage, ain't much. Are you equipped with a knife or a broadsword? Why is that not a tile within movement range? Well, can you throw... Okay. So as long as that thing doesn't do more than 35 damage, Reppin should be fine. We're asking you to stab the guy in front of the blonde jerk. Okay. 10 damage is doable.
It's time.
Let's see.
Here.
There we go. And you're gonna steal the frickin'...
It's over!
Just getting started. Ready for anything?
I shall win glory.
Why did you guys let him level up?
Someone help me.
Okay, good. Can one of our people... Yes, Reppin, please kill that guy and get all the experience. .75 chance to hit. Yeah, I'd rather have a guaranteed hit.
Never saw this coming.
Yay, Rep is
Stronger
leveled
than
up.
ever. Let's get this over with.
Okay. Argok. We've only got, unfortunately, Puppy left. And Puppy's very mean. So aggressively pet the puppy. Wolf really needs some experience. Well, he'll get it with this.
I needed that. Hard work pays off. What say you now?
And Puppy aggressively pets back. Okay, maybe that's not a puppy, maybe it's a kitty.
My turn.
You can just wait. Actually, no. Heal Argok.
Are you alright?
Don't do anything to the... What are you gonna do? Exactly? You're just... Okay, you're just gonna stand there. I wonder if we can drag the battle out long enough to get abilities off of these things? No, because these Delita and Jerkface are gonna We'll probably go after the enemy. I guess we can try it, but we'll see what happens. You can try, but Delina and Jerkface are going to stay on task. Yeah, they're going to stay on task. Well, we'll get Wolf a little bit more experience with a potion use.
I'm in your debt.
And then we can have you move in this direction. Actually, you're... Yeah. We'll move you in this direction. What are you gonna do, Jerkface? Oh, you're gonna potion yourself.
Curse it.
I've earned this.
He has a funny voice. Okay, he's running away. That's actually fine. Let's see. Rep is level 2. Ooh, I know. Here, let's spar. Thanks, Delita. Let's see. How do we want to handle this? Will that thing just stay there, I wonder? If we move away from it? Let's find out. This could be a mistake. I might end up...
It's time.
Luring it to a point where it's actually going to come within range of Delita and Jerkface. But we're going to find out. Oh, wait. Shoot. He doesn't have anything he can do. It's fine. Sit there. No, don't come toward us.
Ready.
No, Delita's gonna... Delita, don't you do it! That's not how you pet a kitty. When all of the hearts above a KO'd unit have disappeared, it may change into a crystal. The unit cannot be revived, even after battle. Other units can collect these crystals by moving to the same tile. If the unit is one of yours, you will be presented with one or both of the following options. Acquire abilities, learn the deceased unit's abilities that were transferred to the crystal, or restore HP and MP. Fully recover HP and MP using the life force contained within the crystal.
Let me see.
I don't think Rep is close enough to get this. No. So instead... we're gonna move over here. We're gonna aggressively pet Delita. Shoot. When does Delita gets his turn? Let's see. It's possible. You don't. Can you? No, that's not what I want to do. Can you throw a rock at Delita? Oh my god, you're one space away. Don't you dare! Oh, you fucking jerk! Miss! Thank goodness!
My turn.
Shoot. I don't think we have a way to stop Delita before he kills this thing. Dang. Well, I was trying to get Wolf that crystal in case it had something good in it, but I can knock Delita over. I can't get to a space adjacent to him. Because you can't step on dead people, I guess. He does not have stone throw. He has regular attack, and for metal he has chant. So I could give Delita a hit point if I could stand next to him, but yeah, it's not gonna happen. The best I can do is... Yeah, the best I can do is stand next to Wolf and... Oop. Excuse me. And this is the best I can do. And then that's gonna end combat. Kill him!
This is going well.
Shoot, not enough.
Think.
Okay. Okay, good. Delita is doing self-preservation. We got another shot. Oh, good. You ran away.
Got me to contend with.
Good. Sit and stay. Let's see. Just to make sure that he doesn't... Here. Catch. Okay, now Wolf can get the crystal. Move to this tile and obtain the crystal. Movement cannot be reset afterwards. Yes. And if you choose to acquire abilities from a crystal, one or more abilities will be displayed, chosen at random from the deceased unit's abilities. However, only abilities that can be learned by the unit claiming the crystal can be will be shown. All of the abilities listed will be acquired. Okay, so he learns Antidote. Oops. You can't do anything, so just sit. Kurtz disappeared forever, leaving behind a treasure chest. When all the hearts above a KO'd unit have disappeared, it may change into a chest. The unit cannot be revived, even after battle. When a unit moves to a tile containing the chest, it will acquire an item. If the deceased unit was a human, the chest will contain one piece of its equipment, chosen at random. Cool. Let's go get stuff. Got a broadsword.
Victory is mine.
Don't you fucking do it, you jerk. Miss!
Down with you.
Oh, fuck you, jerk face.
Are you alright?
I'll be fine. It is for the Marquis's safety, I fear.
Oh, clearly we should have thrown more rocks at your face.
The Marquis? The Marquis Elmdor de Limbury was here.
The very same. And to whom do I owe my gratitude?
We are Knights Apprentice from the Academy at Garreland. We may be able to help you. But first, I would hear more.
Rep is our greatest contributor. Also, there were more spoils on the ground, you jerk face. But no, you had to throw a rock at this poor kitty. Grumble, grumble, grumble. I should have thrown more rocks at you.
My name is Argath. A knight in His Excellency the Marquis Elmdor de Limbre's household.
A knight, you say?
Well, truth be told, I am a knight apprentice like you.
Well, don't call yourself a knight.
A fellow knight in training, then. I am Ramza Beowulf, and this is Delita Hyrule, my trusted friend.
Beowulf? You're not of the Beowulfs of the Order of the Northern Sky, are you? What fantastic luck! A blessing in the midst of disaster!
What?
The Order can help me rescue the Marquis. It must.
The Marquis is held captive?
The Corpse Brigade captured him, yes, but he still lives. We must act quickly. Should he be killed, I will lose everything.
Thinking only of yourself.
You simply must help me, please! I beg you!
Can we say no?
Calm yourself. Who's to say your Marquis is to be killed anyway? The Corpse Brigade would not take a man alive save there were value in keeping him so. Of that, you can be sure.
There's little we alone can do against their main host in any case. If the Marquis has been taken hostage, Egros will be in an uproar. You can be sure of that, too.
Then before all else, we will report into Egros. Are we agreed?
Agreed. We'll start there. Lead the way!
Can we kick him out? Ugh. Okay. Oh, God, ow. All right, now if I can press the right buttons.
Yes?
He doesn't have enough yet. I think Argok does, though. Yes. Okay. Let's see. Wolf does not, but he's also not in the... Right, roll for it.
Yes?
Oh, wait. He's a level 2 squire, but only level 1 otherwise. Oh, that's right. He had stones throw stone in the very first thing, but not in this one. Yeah. This is a special ability that can only be learned when an enemy unit uses it on one of your allies. Oh. Okay, well, I don't know what that is. I guess we'll find out later. Can we...
Need something?
Okay, we can have him learn things.
Yes?
Maybe if we gave him evasive stance, he'll... I don't know. I don't want to give him anything. I just kind of want him to take a dirt nap. There, we'll do that. Maybe it'll make him useful.
Making preparations.
Yes?
Okay.
Yes?
Okay. Want to buy a few more potions real quick.
Greetings. After aught in particular?
Oh, we didn't get any... Well, no, we got a little money out of it.
Are you happy to thank you for your custom?
That'll do.
May I be of foot by all means? Will that be all? Come back any time.
Okay, now there's a button for search for enemies, so let me... Okay, so now we have a normal formation of 5 units. Oh, and we can skip having Ramza in there. Okay. Which, he'll get plenty of airtime, so, what do we got? Alright.
I will do my utmost.
Thought you'd never ask.
Yeah.
I.
To the front. To battle.
There. Now we don't have to worry about guests or other things going on. Not a lot of enemies. Okay, something weird going on real quick. I want to see something. There, okay. I wasn't on the right square. Take that, bird brain. It is a good song. I don't think we'll be able to hit. Oh, Corgi hasn't bought any abilities. Okay. Corgi is going to spar with Rep. Sorry. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Well, we got... Somebody will be able to use a potion.
That's it. I can do this.
Really? You guys have no movement. Oh, good. Will not hit target because there's a rock in the way. Well. How about you? Can you use? I didn't buy any abilities, damn it. Spar. I'm in danger. Yeah, you kind of are. Okay, they're advancing, so we won't have much luxury to do this. Oh, don't go after Wolf. No. Oh god, that was a sound.
I must be decisive.
Okay, well. What do you mean? Oh. It's because Corgi's in the way. What if we have you move up here? Will that help, or is the rock going to be in the way? Nope. Okay, well. Here, this is within character. Throw a rock at Ardok.
I've earned this.
Hey, Jay Johnson, welcome in. Thank you for removing the space. You are on a 3-stream streak. Yeah, that tracks. I like that you were both are like, yeah. I mean, if nothing else, I mean, Reppin was helping. We got him moved forward a space. Let's do something about the Chocobo. Shall we? Uh-oh, it has counter. When your units attack, the target will sometimes retaliate with a counterattack. There is a chance this will, if there is a chance this will occur, counter or similar will be displayed alongside the expected outcome, which I didn't look at. Ow. Okay, Corgi, go after the bird. No counter, good. We're gonna keep you pinned here, ideally. Not a whole lot of damage, but at least it'll do something. Well, that's a sound. Oop. Choco Cure. Well, that's a little annoying. Well, let's get ready to take these guys, I guess. Oh, right. I didn't buy any movies. I didn't buy any moves for Corgi either. Fun reference to this is how Final Fantasy Tactics Advance starts. The kids start at a snowball fight at their school in the real world, and the battle ends when one of them gets struck with a snowball that had a stone in it. Yeah, that's kind of how it goes. Okay. All right, you're just gonna go in. Go get him, Corgi. It has a counter move. God damn it! You evaded and countered.
I can do this.
You're in danger. It's okay, he becomes a zombie and gets wrecked. Won't hit the target because somebody's in the way. Darn it. Karmic balancing. There we go. Counter this. Ah.
It's up to me.
Actually, hold on. Oh, that's a sound. Eye gouge. No. He needs those eyeballs. Less than ideal.
Now then. I will help you. %64% chance split.
We'll try it.
Got me to contend with.
Uh-oh. No, Argok, don't go down.
No honor in defeat.
When a unit's HP is reduced to 0, it will be knocked out and unable to fight. A KO'd unit can be restored to fighting fitness with an item called Phoenix Down, magic such as Raise, or abilities like Revive. When a unit has been KO'd, a series of heart marks will appear above it. If all of the hearts disappear, the unit will turn into a crystal or a chest. After this change occurs, the unit can no longer be revived and it will be lost forever. Argok loves going down, don't worry about it. Well... Uh-oh. We might get countered here, but... Yeah, I was afraid of that. Oh, nice evade.
I've earned this.
No turning back.
Who is gonna get their turn next? You are.
I can do this.
Oh, wait, hang on. No, wait, he's getting his turn. Okay.
This will heal you.
Actually, let's see. Okay, 100%, so we're good.
I am blessed.
A little uneven on the levels here, but... Well, shoot. We should be fine. If we spar. Hopefully. Yeah, 9 damage. You can take it. Stop countering it, jerk.
Now then. Tis not serious. Now.
Okay.
I'd be ashamed to waste it.
Units that have the Treasure Hunter ability and those using the Chemist job are able to find buried items, but to do so, they must stop on a tile that contains one. Items found The items found are classed as either normal or rare. Units with a lower bravery attribute are more likely to discover a rare item. Furthermore, a chemist with the treasure hunter ability will receive an additional bonus to the probability of finding something rare. Okay, I can't have him do any more of that.
I felt that one. I'm not dead yet.
Right, he doesn't have anything. You're gonna have to wait. The turn order did not favor him. We need to get this guy down fast or we're going to lose Argog. Need to get some proper rest? No worries, Kapasagi. It was good to see you, and I hope you have a wonderful night's sleep with lots of pleasant dreams. And we'll catch you later. Nighty-night. We'll try not to get everybody killed. Let's see if we can keep you from going after anybody that... Well, no. You're gonna have to stay put. Oh, it's kind of risky to have Rem do this.
What to do?
Okay, we're gonna need to be a little bit risky here.
Got you now!
There, we did it. Barely. And rep was the greatest contribution. Yay, we managed to keep Argok from dying. Okay, we should probably
Need something?
buy abilities. Does Evasive Stance give you experience when you use it? I don't remember. Work call number 4. Good luck. Okay. Make sure that we've got that. Too expensive. Oops. Okay, I think we should be good to change... Well, actually, no, we need him to be a squire so that he can get the extra who's he what's it's. Alright.
What is it?
Corgi. You don't have enough for what I really want you to do. No, you do have it. Okay, so we can actually go ahead and make him a chemist now.
If you say so.
I do say so.
What is it?
Did I not pick any up for him? I did not. This might do for now.
I have your support.
Oh wait, we learned white magic, so maybe we'll do that. Even though he has 0 experience as a white mage. Okay. Getting irritated with this seed you're playing tonight. Forgot that you shuffled Chimex as the only place you can go to is the ice skate. Oh no! And I'm sorry if I got super distracted. It is good to see you again, Jay Johnson. Tell me what is happening in the ice cave, because I have concerns.
What is it?
Let me see something here. Okay, required. Okay, I see.
Certainly.
Okay, you do have that. I don't think we could learn that. Oh, we can. You haven't gone in yet since you pulled a pro gamer move and tried entering the marsh cave twice despite it being locked? Oh. Whoops. Well, at least you know not to do that now. Okay, you don't have any of those. Okay, so he's got JP boost. you got JP Boost. You don't have enough JP because I taught you white magic. And then Kawasagi needs all the things. No, I need to get you... I need to get you JP Boost. Okay, we're gonna try this again then. Can I dismiss these people?
I'm listening.
How do I unequip? How do I unequip a unit? Because the 3 units here I'm probably not going to utilize. Because we got lots of other friends that we need to level up. Well, once you get in there, Jay Johnson, let me know what you run into. I'm curious whether or not Ice Cave will be forgiving this time.
What?
You got 104. Let's give you Blizzard. Because I believe Reppin said at one point he leans more Water Elemental Arcana. This helps paint a picture you are going into the Black and White Mage. What spells do you have? You have Fade, but only 3 casts. Oof. Black Mage have anything good? Oh, whoops. Black Mage has a mix of stuff, but no nuke or warp or any means to lead. Ooh, the lack of warp is gonna hurt.
All right then. Yes?
It occurred to me... Maybe not. Or actually, no. I think you might try that Lich's Revenge mode on Thursday. Okay. There was something that I was fiddling around with. I don't remember what it was, though. For anyone kind of questioning that, JJ and I are talking about Final Fantasy 1 randomizer as we do occasional seeds. We did a couple races. Excuse me. Sorry about that. We did a couple races. We've been throwing each other some seeds that make us sad and steal our lunch. Let's see.
What is it?
Okay, you have potion. So at least you can heal yourself.
What is it?
We need to get Corgi something. He needs to get a little bit more experience. He didn't get enough JP last time. At least with JP boost, he'll be in better shape. We almost have JP boost for Kapasagi. Alright. Oops. Okay. Let us see if we do a little bit better on this one. Oh, it's different. There's so many more enemies. We're gonna come back here. We're gonna start back here. Oh, no.
Ready as ever. The van calls.
I am yours to command.
Take the fight to him. Leave it to me.
It's time.
Okay, let's see if I do better on this one, if I figured out how to actually do this correctly. There are a lot more enemies. Yay, I equipped him with things this time. We're going to spar.
Now I'll show you.
I should have bought more potions. Whoops. It's fine. Can't progress, neither mage has luck, so running is near impossible. Ooh. Do you have any, do you have any gaps in the RNG table? I don't know if that's going to be very helpful, but it might get you to at least run for a while so that maybe you'll get a decent encounter. You have damage tiles all over the place. Yeah.
Let's get this over with.
We will triumph.
Okay. We need them to come a little closer. From the moment they are used, magics and certain abilities such as aim can take a little time before they will trigger. The length of time differs according to the ability, but as a general rule, the greater an ability's impact, the longer it will take to trigger. Many magics and abilities affect a wide area rather than a single unit. When using such actions, you may be asked to target either a unit or the tile below it. If you choose to target a unit, the ability will trigger with that unit at the center of the effect area, even should the unit move. If you choose to target a tile, the ability will trigger with that tile at the center of the area of effect. If there are no units within the area of effect when the ability triggers, nothing will happen. Regardless of the target chosen, if an allied unit is within the area of effect, it too will be targeted by the ability. Take care when using offensive abilities, or those that inflict status ailments. What? Hang on. He's gonna have to wait. I can't.
Ready and waiting.
Can you counter? You can. Okay. What if I throw a stone? Does that counter? It does not.
Now.
Okay.
Gotta push on now.
Oh, that's sort of rude.
This will heal you.
That's better.
I don't know if he's got another charge of that, but... Eh, we're gonna have to risk it. Well, that's not gonna work then. Can I move onto... Okay, I can move onto this rock. Hang on. Yeesh. Where are you in the turn order? It's not going to tell me. Okay. Hey, thanks for the healing.
Come on.
Oh boy. I don't dig the counter move on these guys.
Come on.
Not a whole lot that you can do. God damn it. Stop gouging Rep's eye. Oh good, it missed.
I can still improve.
Uh-oh.
Just my luck.
Not done, are you?
It's up to me.
Well, let's get you out of the fire, shall we?
I'm not done yet.
This way, I guess. Just in case. Oh, it's that one, okay. God damn it.
Got me to contend with.
Call number 4 led into call number 5. We're both saying God damn it, but for different reasons. Who do we have? Let me see something here.
Hello, Whites!
Oh, you're next. Shoot. Okay, well, I think Argok is going down again.
No honor in defeat.
But at least we can do this time.
Give it another go.
Oh, these freaking counters. Oh, you're gonna do... okay, it doesn't do that much damage.
Bloody hell!
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Bloody hell. But we are running out of potions fast. Well, this is annoying. And we don't have enough MP to use this. Okay, so Wolf can't do anything. Oh, for crying out loud.
I might not make it. I still have the will.
Yeah, this does not look good at all. This only does 12 damage. Nope. Oh, you fucker. Well, this is the last potion, so...
I'll heal you. We will triumph.
Rep is very confident in my tactical abilities right now, but it kind of threw a lot at us, and I really didn't want this. I am really tired of counter. You jerk.
Damn it! Come on.
Now then. Now. Ah. I've earned this. How?
Yeah, there goes Rep.
Everything lost.
Oh, god damn it. All I can do is... all I can do is attack this one.
Just my luck.
Yeah, this is not gonna end well.
I can do this. Obvious. What
Nice.
say you now?
Nice evade, but I don't think it's gonna save him. Beaten up by some birds and cats. Yeah, it's terrible. They threw way
Was
too
I
many
so
at me
weak?
in this fight.
It's over!
I must find a way.
Oh, you jerk. I forgot about that. Okay. I need a way to cancel this battle because this is not gonna work. Yeah. We're not beating that. Yeah, I did.
Greetings. Or catch your eye. Are you happy? Thank you for your... May I be of further... I await your next...
Oh, I wasn't ready yet. It's like, there's a fight! Fuck you, fight.
What is it?
What?
Well, no, I mean, Ramza was busy doing his own thing. It's Ramza's friends that were fighting cats and birds and had to be pulled out of the space-time continuum because of my terrible tactical decisions. Yeah. It's like, my friends are off doing their own thing. I don't know what they're doing. Wait a minute, how come they haven't come back? Oh, did they get eaten by animals? Oh, no. Yeah, he sees 6 friend-shaped skeletons. That's exactly what happened. Okay. Which job teaches counter? Because... let's see. Upon receiving a physical attack, ability equivalent to rush, which isn't super great from what I remember. I don't know. On receiving a magical attack, counterattacks by expending MP to cast the same spell. That sounds like that's going to be a terrible idea. Okay, I'm gonna have to be much more judicious with my use of magic.
What is it?
I don't know if he has anything else he can really use. The only thing he has is items. Yeah, I'm not sure how comfortable I feel with counter tackle. Like, I need an actual counter attack, like those enemies are doing. Those enemies are basically getting free hits, like full-fledged hits. Yeah, they're too expensive. That's the problem. It's like he's so close to getting the thing that I need. We'll try it without it. Alright, let's see what happens. If this turns out to be a shitty looking battle, I'm just gonna reload. Like, I don't have time to spend an hour. Look at this. This is kind of shitty. Yeah, this is the same fight. 1, 2. Yeah, it's the same fight. Okay, well.
Very well. Leave it to me.
We're just gonna get into the menu here.
To battle.
To battle!
And I'm wondering if it's gonna be the same battle. Like, if I can't escape that. Yeah, defeat all enemies, whatever. It's not changing. Well, no, it's... Okay, it's changing slightly. I don't think I see anything else. Okay.
I will do my utmost.
Thought you'd never ask.
I am yours to command.
To the front.
Forward.
Nope, okay. There's 5 again. Oh, this sucks. This sucks. And this terrain is not helpful.
Let me see.
Ready and waiting.
Okay, well, now you crit. That's nice.
Leave it to me.
I thank you. Now I'll show you. Come on. Got me to contend with. How about it?
I just keep throwing that thing back. The poor bird. Ow. Yeah, but unfortunately, it's a weaker attack. And it's gonna heal itself. Yeah, and the problem is that it's gonna heal and run away now. Let's see.
Not done, are you?
I am grateful. Gotta push on now.
Actually, no. Eh.
Oh, I can still improve.
I must be decisive.
It's up to me.
Yeah, those chocobos gotta go. Reppin is not in a good position to take action yet.
No turning back.
I almost healed the enemy by accident.
I thank you. Let's get this over with.
Yeah, that's what I say. Let's get this over with. Okay. $12 versus 8. Oh, 12 versus 6. Meh. Okay, 3 damage. Yay.
I can do this.
Not yet.
Gotta give my all. Now then. Hard work pays off.
Oh, okay. Why do I have the option to move? What am I doing? Okay. Why are there blue things that pop up here when I do that? Is that his movement? Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I don't like the little hobby thing he did there. That pisses me off. Because our people can't do that, it seems. Oh well. You jerk.
Come on.
Nice evade. Let's go ahead and do this.
I can do this.
We are actually going to let that thing run away.
Say farewell.
You jerk. No, you stay there. Who's coming in first? Actually, we'll just keep you there.
All right.
Got me to contend with.
He doesn't have that yet. I forgot.
All right. I've earned this.
Ow.
No turning back.
Can you reach him? Nope. Oops. We could just keep attacking the bird and have it heal us. Free bird heals. Yep. Surprised that it didn't attack the chemist, because I accidentally had my back turned. Wow. There we go.
Leave it to me. Got you now! Now I'll show you.
Yay. Oh wait, hold on. A tuft of phoenix down.
We will triumph. Let's get this over with.
Oh, it's gonna do that now. Okay.
Let me see. Got me to contend with.
Can you... hang on. Are you allowed to use... Okay, you can use it on somebody who's adjacent.
You have to stay calm. No turning back.
I'm not giving up.
What say you now?
I can't tell if that thing is gonna come after us or not.
Leave it to me. Gotta push on now.
I guess they'll have to spar a little bit. It's fine. They still hit hard, even with that, with just one hit point left. Oh, you already cast the spell.
Come on. Get back out there.
I must be decisive.
Let's see. I think I want to give that crystal to Wolf. So I will go ahead and attack him. Oh, 2 crystals, okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead and take this. And we'll wait on it. Whoops. Well, that didn't do anything because he went down. Well, bad kitty.
Do I look stronger?
Argok was the highest contributor that time. That was a pain in the ass.
Welcome, after all in particular. Are you happy to make... Thank you for your... May I help with auto? Don't be a...
Okay.
Yes?
Now we should be able to buy things and stuff. Okay, you need this. And you also need this. So everybody should
My lord?
have it.
Yes?
Okay, everybody's got it.
What is it?
Yes. I like how Ramza is level 1 and everybody else is like much higher in level.
Yes?
Alright. So we should be able to start doing caster stuff now.
Please. I can hardly wait.
So let's see.
Very good.
What is it?
Oh, you've got 406 jog points in Chemist. Should probably buy these. Oops.
What is it?
Oh, let's see. Gotta figure out what we're gonna have everybody get.
What?
Yes?
We haven't done anything with Ramses, so he doesn't have the job points for anything. Let's see. I wonder if aim is any good. Oh, these are faster cast. Actually, do you have? You do not. What am I then equipped with? Items. I don't think. No, he needs. Yeah, he can't afford that yet. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to bump my mic. Okay,
Please. My lord? What is it?
What is it?
we got a lot of options for this. I'm gonna give him throw items. It's expensive, but that'll allow me to switch him up a bit and still do that.
I can do this.
Oh, except, yeah, shoot. Maybe not.
If you say so.
I don't know that I want to learn anything from this. It does open the way to other things, but
I can do this.
He doesn't have anything he can really utilize.
Leave it to me.
I guess for lack of anything else, we'll give him this.
Please.
Okay. So we got Reppin as a black mage. He can use items. Argok as an archer and can use items. Can't throw them, but he can use them. Corgi as a knight. Items. Everybody should be able to use items on themselves.
If you're sure.
Okay, we need to get him another stick.
Greetings. You're in safe hands with me. This is your grand total. A fine choice, I must. May I help with aught else? By all means. Are you happy to make this many thanks?
Just in case we need another white mage.
May I come back?
Do you want something?
Okay. Okay, I think that will hopefully do it. I want to see something here.
What is it?
Because I don't plan on using these three characters. Can I dismiss them? That's what I'm wondering.
I'm listening.
Oh. Oh. That doesn't do it. Set as favorite, no. Change display.
Need something?
No. Okay, I guess I can't do anything with them for now. I don't know. Okay. Alright, I think that's gonna do it for tonight. Oh, I missed that you were heading out, Rip, and I'm so sorry. But yeah, I'm glad you were able to catch me live as well. And I hope you had a good time. I hope everybody watching has a good time. Had a good time. The music's gonna go bye-bye for a minute because I'm gonna look for somebody to raid. It's super quiet because the game is like, oh, you're not in the window. I'm not going to give you anything. Ah. It's like, okay. All right. I see how it is. He was lurking while working on a project for Thursday. Ooh. Oh, the Halloween thing. So yeah, I am looking forward to seeing that because you made last year was so awesome. That was so much fun to watch. We still don't have you don't have an orc to put in there, do you? in your montage. Montage? No, diorama. Oh my god, words. It's too late for words. By the way, does anybody remember how I mentioned like earlier how I really have to pee at the beginning of the stream? Like, that hasn't changed. I have to use the restroom as soon as we're done raiding here. Oops, okay, come on. We're gonna go say hi to Robot Spacer. Not yet. Okay, well, one day. For now, let's go say hi to Robot Spacer. He's playing the 7th guest. We'll have to find a 3D printable one and you can paint it. It's starting to look that way. Like, there's ones in China that maybe, but they're kind of expensive with tariffs. I have no idea. Anyway. There, music as we go. So, as we wrap up for the night, I do want to remind all of you that you matter, you are important, you are cherished, and you are missed when you're not around. You deserve to be you. You can conquer the challenges that come your way, and paint them if necessary. Have courage, be strong, and until next time, take care. Bye for now. If I don't bump my mic.